And good morning, dear friends. Secretary of State for Digitization and Artificial Intelligence. Welcome to BBCACUNA. Yesterday, during the first day of these conferences, Green Digital Conferences, we had the opportunity to share a certain number of issues that are quite important, but they are not so much obvious. So, Christina talked about the different rhythms of the transitions, the ecological and the digital transition. We sometimes talk about digital as a revolution, not as a transition, but we also address other aspects, the different roles of the stakeholders, about the different roles. So each one from its own approach has its own reflections for both transitions to be possible in a sustainable way. So we address the importance of the regulations and the public administrations and governments in subjects as the right to reuse something to that's not something we are addressing on a daily basis. Also, we talked about the fact that companies, enterprises can digitize themselves in a more sustainable way. So we talked about the large companies. So in a way, we should carry out a reflection about the different models. How do we produce? How do we hire our human resources and the impact that this has on the climate change? And of course, we had also the vision of academy. How can we reduce impact on the environment of the digitization process? Arantxa talked about how we could reduce the huge database or data center. How can we achieve a less impact on the energy consumptions we have currently with the digitization process? But we talked about individuals. Oh, sorry. So if we have the necessary information and the needed training to have a greater awareness and a greater responsibility, we are human beings. We are not the only ones on the planet, but we can be leading the change. And so she's saying a few words in English, in Basque, sorry. She's just repeating in Spanish. We are trying to work together in order to bring about answers. Governance is a part and parcel of this project, and we are trying to be a part of the change with different agents, taking us to a more sustainable future, fairer future. And so maybe for you it's the first time here in this wonderful building. Our doors are always open to reflect upon different issues. So once said that, I've just said that this journey were very important. She's repeating in Basque. We give the floor to Juan Luis Cano. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Juan Luis Cano, one of the well-known members of Goma Espuma. You might already know this program. I'm here, but it hasn't been very easy for me to make. It means Green Digital Conference. Now being serious, green means green. And well, yes, we know all the authors of the green, the writers the stories, the small short stories. Well, anyway, when we talk about digital, we have the same in Spanish. Digital, we use the fingers. It says this is a play of words with the Spanish word digital. So conference means conference, which is a fact. It's quite old because now with the mobile technology, we do not have conferences as before with the phone. If we were in the past, so those who participate in that, they would say, hang up, because it's very expensive to talk on the phone. But now, currently, we can be spending hours talking, I guess, and we have a long hours ahead of us. It's going to be quite long, but we are going to kick off this conference. And the first thing I'm going to do right away is to introduce a great friend. She's really smart, a great professional. She comes from Zaragoza. She sings greatly. So please ask her to sing that song when she comes on stage. Cristina Monge is with us. She's from Zaragoza. She said, well, we have the great river, the Ebro, and here this river is not the same. So she comes from Zaragoza. It's a very nice place. They have the Pilar, big cathedral, and the city center. But I have to say that they are not as these. They have also nice suites but they also have worked a lot for poetry. They have really nice poems. I recall one, and they had a very nice poem from the generation of the 27 in Spain. One of those poets, he said, when climbing the stairs, I saw your ankle, and I saw this stain on your ankle. But I guess that the poet is not known, and I think it's better. So, and I've got many other things to say about her. Sorry, she's got a huge CV. She's a professor at the University of Aragon. She loves playing in the machines of the bars, and she loves sport. And she wanted to come with sandals, and she wanted to come with her sport attire. But she loves sport, and she has very nice ankles, I have to say, and feet, very nice feet. But I would ask her to take off her boots because she's really, really nice. She's got very nice feet. Cristina. Good morning. With friends like those, you don't need enemies. So good morning. Good morning to you all. Thank you, Eider, for this introduction and for bringing about the issues that were addressed yesterday. I would like to underscore a number of ideas that came up yesterday in order to kick off today's debate. Yesterday was a really great day with many speakers. I guess that some of them are still here, so if there are questions or whatever, you can just carry on asking. Yesterday, we thought about how to align ecological transition and digital transition, but of course, we address many other issues. What we came about with is that the real question is to try to understand what is the role of the technology in a future where life is still possible on the planet. So we start talking about how making possible both transition, but we swiftly realize that what is the role of technology and all that. And we just address three elements. first, that we cannot ensure that digital and green go hand in hand, because up to now, what we have seen is that whatever is linked to digital is also linked to ecological transition. So we have to look for a dematerialization of our economy and decarbonization. So we have to have more data, we have to be more fruitful. But in our head, the digital revolution was linked to ecological transition. But over the years, we started to be more mature, and we reached another level where we were disenchanted. And now we are in a mature period, and we realize that technology can be an ally for sustainability, because the data of the energy consumptions are quite worrying, because 3% of the primary global energy is designated to digitization. If we produce only for electricity, it is going to be a 7%. And if we look at the emissions of CO2, it is a 5% of emissions of CO2 worldwide. Not only that, these figures have been increasing over the years, and the Yevers paradox of efficiency is being a reality. We do not have to set aside efficiency, but we cannot be only betting on efficiency, and this for energy consumption. But when we talk about materials, their consumptions, those special materials and raw materials that are at the basis of the great international conflicts, and also the issue of rhythms that was mentioned by Eider this morning. All the green part of the Green Brothers, we talk about ecological transition. When we talk about digital, we talk about revolution. Revolutions and transitions are quite different, and they have different rhythms. And so if ecological transitions and revolution go hand by hand, they can be retrofitted and be more successful. But if they do not go hand in hand, we see clearly who is going to be the winner. And in the ecological transitions, we want a life to be possible as it is today. So it is not clear for them to go hand in hand. Second fact, this is the first edition of Green Digital Conference, and with Mikel, with Daniel, it hasn't been easy to find great speakers that would have studied, thought about the issue to bring about data, reflections, and also knowledge. But these contradiction between both transitions, we are being more aware about that, not in this conference, but it was before. But not long ago, Ana Arantza Aranguren said yesterday that we need all the knowledge, all the disciplines to work together to generate a greater knowledge and speedy, because the ecological transition, 4 years ago, we said that we only had a decade to take measures. So yesterday they told us that the CSIC agents have to be working on that. We need all the knowledge, not only working on that, but together, thinking together. Carlos Matai from the Polytechnic of Madrid will address this subject. And the third fact, we need it to be fast, efficient, and we are at the great moment. The Secretary of State will talk about that. We closed yesterday the conference with Santiago Fernandez, the director of the First Generation Funds, where he told us that the recovery plan did not take on board this hybridization of these two transitions. But we have to be aware of the fact that we are facing future editions of this revolution. This is going to be a reality. Resilience and transition, we call them next generation, but I like transformation. I talk about them together because the objective of this plan is to transform the business model. Life is still possible, so the major aim is this transformation. And Santiago Fernandez said that 37% of investment in Spain, has to be designated to ecological transition. It's not very much, but it says something else more important. 100% of investment have to respect the principle of not damaging the environment. So we have a first mandate, which is at the beginning, but this could help us to develop the idea on the basis where the future editions and the public politics could go hand in hand to be able to solve these contradictions. But I'm sure this is going to be addressed by the Secretary of State for Artificial Intelligence and Digitization. To sum up, we are not sure about the fact that the transition and technology will go hand in hand, but we need them to be going hand in hand. We are fully aware of these contradictions, so we have to speed up knowledge to be able to address it. And third question, we have a lot of public policy tools that will help us to follow this path. So now Carmen Artigas will tell us a lot about this issue. Thank you. Good morning. As Cristina has just mentioned, we are going to kick off this session with a conversation between Carmen Artigas and Bernardo Marin. She's a very responsible individual, very classical. She's quite modern, but she has quite old-fashioned furniture at home and decoration. But anyway, she's pretty nice. She's got a wonderful curriculum. She studied chemical engineering, chemical sciences, and she studied in the Hash School. This is great pronunciation because we're not very good at that. But I studied in Los Angeles, and every day I had a teacher that she just told me that I had to start like that. Special students and still some situation. Well, anyway, that's what I had to say every day because Spanish for Spaniards is very difficult to pronounce the S. So she has. She's graduated in the Hash School of Economics in the Berkeley University, California. It was very hard for her because she had to come and go every day. She loves chemistry, and that's why she spends her summer in Valence region. Well, anyway, it's just a joke. So she spends summer in Gandia in Valencia, and she has a very nice house, villa, and on the beach. She's a very great furniture. The decoration is great. And Carmen Artigas is going to be talking with Ricardo de Querol. No, I'm sorry. No, it's not him? Okay. I wasn't told that. Bernardo Marin is the one. Well, Bernardo Marin, Ricardo Querol, it's quite the same. Well, anyway, I'm going to say the same things. He has got a degree in journalism. Well, right? Law? Well, anyway, it's just so we have he has been calling us because it wasn't him, but I want to go. I've told at home that I was going to be part of this conference, and we told him, okay, Bernardo, come. And he's here. So no. You haven't been working in Cinco Días, haven't you? Yes? Okay, great. I was waiting for the other ones. He has worked in Cinco Días. And friends call him God. He's more than God, because God made the world in 6 days, but he did it in Ricardo Terol in 5 days. Anyway, it's true for him as well. He loved horses, but he is quite poor, so he hasn't got horses. He's got 2 seahorses. Well, anyway, Bernardo, that's it. Okay, Bernardo. He wants to be race car driver as his father. He wanted to be. He wasn't never a pilot, but he was married, 22 kids, and his ex-wife wants him to have more. She wants more child. So Bernardo, the 2 best voices of Navarra, Bernardo and Carme Artigas. Bernardo, that's it. I got it right. Thank you. How are you, Carme? I'm really pleased to be here, because to come first before Charlize Theron, that's great. I'm feeling like a star. And have you seen the fake news of this man from my holidays in Valencia and Gandia? This is a fake curriculum. So you have to fight against fake news. I'm really pleased to be mistaken with Ricardo Terol. He's with COVID, I guess. Well, he's better now, I guess. It was a bit sudden yesterday. I think Carol was okay, but it was a bit too late to come. He was the first to interview me when I got the position of Secretary of State, Digitization and Artificial Intelligence. So I'm really the first. So I'm really pleased to be with you. It was in January 2020, sorry, when you got the Secretary of State position. You came to chair this storm of the digital revolution. Yes, in January, I was appointed, and we had 1 month to sketch the strategy Spain 2025, because I was appointed on the 16th of February and 16th of March, sorry, and we were in the lockdown just next day. So when they told me digital was very important, because we had recovery funds, FEDER, and we are going to have 29 million euros for digitization, 160 million euros. Anyway, it was an experience, a very special experience. I've never lived a so intense period, and I had to take swift decisions during the pandemic, when the administration stood for it, because we had a lot of online meeting, and we multiplied 10 times the digital certificates, and it is very tiring to be up to 4 a.m. in a state of alarm, in a state of an emergency. But in this way that the women were at home when the men in the Second World War were fighting, and they had to be in the factories, and then the Second World War ended, and the men came back to factories, and the women went back to kitchen. But this is the task was not the same. I think administration has suffered this experience, and what we lived in the pandemic, thanks to the state of emergency, we were quite agile, flexible. We had the public services in running, the welfare state, despite the fact that we had this confinement and lockdown. State of mind change, and that's why we could cope all the challenges. I can tell you that administration is being great, is doing great in this country.
There's something that brings together everything that we're doing here, which has to do with green technologies. Could you tell us a little bit about the plan that you have in that sense? Can you give us a bit of a sneak preview of what you're doing? Well, I think the aim of today is to bring together these two processes. So, first of all, we're not trying to get back to where we were before the pandemic. We need to have structural changes that are required in order to change our model, our productive model in our country. There are two main pillars. We have the digital and the transition and the green transition, and they need to work together. In the 2025 digital plan, which is going to actually go up until 2026 now, in that plan, we say that the digitization of the production model in our country, which is actually 22% of the GDP in our country, is going to help reduce greenhouse gases, because we'll be digitizing certain processes. So there's going to be a direct impact. We're going to improve processes, they'll be more efficient, etc. But there'll also be an environmental impact. We'll have the circular economy as well, where we're going to be reinventing production processes. But we'd forgotten one dimension. What's the environmental impact of digitization? No one's measuring the CO2 emissions of technology. And we're seeing, for example, that as we are increasing digitization, and we have technologies, for example, natural language processing or distributed technologies such as blockchain, actually these technologies have a very negative impact from an energy perspective. So this is what we need. We need to measure all of this. So the impact of technology processing, AI, for example, we can't just try to mitigate this at the end of the value chain. And making sure that the processing center that's using up this huge amount of energy is powered by renewable energies. Well, why don't we just start from the very beginning? Why don't we try to develop green algorithms which are environmentally friendly right from the very beginning? And this is what we're going to be earmarking part of these 250 million euros that we're getting to do. And in fact, we're going to hopefully be including that in the OECD conference that will be held in Canary Islands. There are 4 different pillars to the plan. We want to increase the academic level in Spain. And in fact, last Monday, the government ministers announced that we're actually going to be establishing 32 chairs in AI and cybersecurity. There'll be multidisciplinary chairs, 16 in AI and 16 in cybersecurity. There are 2 that have to do with AI and sustainability, and cybersecurity and sustainability. So we're going to increase the academic level in Spain. But you asked the question, how can we include this in the value chain of companies? Well, we have to find a new methodology so that we can do that. Will it be enough just to have a best practice manual? Well, I think we need to start to measure impact. For example, we have Ethereum, which has just published its proof of concept, for example, but today to actually upload a block to the blockchain, emits as much CO2 as going from Madrid to London. So first of all, we need to measure the impact. And if we link this to the SDGs, then we also need to be reducing energy consumption, because if we don't do anything, energy consumption and CO2 emissions as a result of technology will actually correspond to 20% of our total energy consumption. Now, you're talking a little bit about how we can design technology so that it's environmentally friendly, but AI or infrastructure technology, etc., can also help us to provide or find a solution to the climate crisis, right? Yes, we can. And we've seen this in the different plans that we have been setting into motion. Christina said we have the horizontal framework, telecommunications structures, data processing structures, AI structures, etc. But we also have to invest vertically in those sectors of the economy that have a driver effect. And there are 3 or 4 major plans which bring together technology and green: connected vehicles, digitization of irrigation, and circular economy. There'll be 3 examples. So you're talking a little bit about blockchain. Now, this is something that is in the news a lot. Many investors, in fact, are being ruined as a result of it. But beside all of that, behind this technology, there's a major challenge because it does use a huge amount of energy. Can we make it compatible? Can we make blockchain compatible with the green transition? Yes, well, we should be doing that because blockchain is an example of distributed architecture, from going from a central system to a distributed one. Another example would be, for example, migrating from Twitter to Mastodon, which is another example. And the Web 3.0 is another example of a distributed architecture. But we have to look at whether or not these distributed architectures can be scaled up, because Web 3.0 can't support the amount of people that Facebook can, for example, and whether they're going to do this in a sustainable way. Because if this scaling up isn't done sustainably, then that's not good. Everything is linked, right? Because without talent, we can't do anything. We can't have the digital revolution or the green transition. This year, there was a report that was presented. It was a survey of 350 companies, and these companies said that the most important challenge for next year will be to retain their qualified workers. Now, is this a problem of a lack of qualified workers, or perhaps we just don't pay them enough, which is why they leave and they go? But of course, without this talent, we're not going to be able to rise up to any of the challenges we've been talking about. Is there a brain drain in Spain, and how can we stop it? Yes, when we look at the need for talent in order to cope with these disruptions that are coming, and we're not just talking here about technological profiles. We're talking about profiles for all the different areas, and this is a global problem. In Spain, there are 4 times more. The demand for these type of workers is 4 times higher than supply. But this is a transitional situation. We need to resolve this in the short and medium term. In the short term, what should we do? Is that we have a percentage of Spanish population that don't have digital competence. We need to solve that problem. And then we also need to train the professionals of the future, our children, basically, to perform jobs that don't exist at the moment, and to stop teaching them knowledge that is obsolete. We have to train people in areas such as AI, cybersecurity, quantum physics, for example. We need to train the professionals of the future. The chairs that I mentioned earlier are one example of this. But then we have a short-term problem as well. The short-term problem is that we have this demand for workers, and how can we cover that? Well, more with vocational training than with advanced university degrees, first of all. There needs to be greater collaboration between vocational training schools and companies. And also, we have included digital competencies in all the different vocational training courses as well. But also talent calls to talent. So we need to make our country a place that is attractive to talent. Because in Spain, we've exported more talent than we've imported because people here don't have enough of an opportunity to develop their potential. Now we have the Startup Act, which is going to be voted on in the Senate next week. And then we talk about digital nomads, the digital nomad regulation to enable people to come and work in Spain. And we're also helping to bring back Spanish talent, native talent, and to attract highly qualified scientists and professionals in the audiovisual field, in many other fields besides. But again, we're trying to bring native Spaniards back to Spain as well. Now, there is something that may seem a little bit contradictory for people. We read one week that there's a lack of talent, but then the large technological companies seem to be recruiting from elsewhere always. Yes, this is almost like a black hole. Multinational companies have been like black holes that have that always absorb all the available talent, and SMEs find it very difficult to compete. You imagine an SME. And in fact, this is why we have a particular piece of legislation that is aimed at helping SMEs as well. But large companies, if there is a brain drain from them, that's a good piece of news. But if you have the right training, you'll be able to choose where you work. And some of these companies, they have that very large or high value on the market, but then their profit and loss account don't tell the same story, which is why some of them are actually letting certain people go, certain employees go. Now, a national GDP indicator doesn't measure the real economy. It just measures transactions. It doesn't talk about data transaction. If it actually cost us, if it were going to cost us 1/100th of a euro, so 1 cent every time we consulted Wikipedia, then the GDP would be much higher. So talent isn't included in the profit and loss sheets of companies. So not all the numbers and the figures reflect everything, but the stock market just focuses on these figures, which is why there's this imbalance. We need to stop the speculation that happens in the stock market. So SMEs that want talent should get in touch with those that are being fired from the large companies. Yes, well, I don't think anyone who's worked in Amazon, Twitter, Facebook here in Spain, they'll have no problem finding a new job. And I would say to people, just create startups in Spain, come and work in Spain. It's a great place for entrepreneurs and for talent. Another revolution that arrived with the pandemic was telework. We now can all work from home, something which wouldn't have seemed possible. 5% of the population teleworked before the pandemic, and now it's about 30%. Now, this has a major impact on the whole working environment. There is an act that regulates this, luckily. We have a good degree of connectivity, and I'm not saying that to you because you're from the government, but we do have good connectivity here in Spain. But what else can we do? What can your department do to foster this? Well, the subsecretary Amparo is here with me now. Amparo actually set up a telework pilot project with 50 people in the ministry last December's, and then I think so. Sort of overnight, people kind of forget that everyone, even civil servants, had to telework during the pandemic. There's a lot of advantages to this type of work thanks to the pandemic. we actually, in the Castellano area of Madrid, birds could be heard twittering and singing, something that was unheard of before the pandemic. So it does have its examples, its advantages, sorry. In order to avoid traffic, etc. And this is something that we need to look after. Now, there's sometimes many people are moving towards a 3+2 model, 3 days in, 2 days out at home, etc. I don't think that it wasn't a case that during the pandemic we had a better work-life balance. What we had was total slavery because we were doing everything at once, and that is not getting a good work-life balance. So we need to take care of that as well. But we need to make sure that we're not ignoring fundamental rights of workers. And in fact, Spain has been a pioneer because we have the Telework Act, which guarantees the right to disconnect. And also the conditions have to be respected as well. Now, I used to work in a startup, and we had auditors who came to us, a work inspector, a member of the work inspectorate came home to where I was living to make sure that I was working in an ergonomic way, that the light was right, that the chair was right. So we should do that when we're going to send people home to telework. It's also true that there are some things that we can do remotely and some things that can't be done remotely. And complex problems can't be solved remotely. I don't know anyone who's had a really, really difficult problem with a customer and they've resolved it remotely. No, they've always had to get a plane, go and talk to them face to face. And I don't think any company has been able to create innovation working remotely either. So I think that in the creative field that we do need personal contact. And in fact, what we're seeing is that for us, online training, it's not just doing exactly the same thing, but with a camera. No, it's not just, just put a camera up and have someone give a lecture. So I think there's a lot that we need to learn about telework so far. Also has to do with territorial distribution, because in our country, there are too many people living in big cities. There's a too great a concentration of talent in the cities. But now with telework, you can live in Soria, you can work with someone in Madrid, someone in Valencia. So this is good in a way, but I think we need to just be careful with all of this. When we talk about Europe, we're talking about Europe and technology. There are different models, right? There's the US model, in which the large companies basically decide what's going to happen. There's the Chinese model, in which you have the central state, which leads the way. And the model that we're building in Europe, in which supposedly citizens are at the center. So we want to develop the digital world, but putting people center stage. But the doubt that I have is that this sounds great on paper, but rather than being a strength for Europe, does it not risk becoming a burden? So do we not run the risk of being left behind? Well, the risk is there, but we don't believe that it is too great a risk. What we've seen is that technology has changed the power balance at a global level. For example, we've seen that we can't develop certain things in Europe because we haven't got microchips. So thanks to the pandemic and then with the supply crisis, we've realized that we're highly dependent on third countries for things that are absolutely critical for our own economy. So there we have the idea of digital sovereignty, which Daniel has worked on a lot. We're not talking about sovereignty as a sort of an idea of being completely self-sufficient. Obviously, we are interdependent, and we live in a global world, but we need to have the strategic capacities to think about what our priorities are. We have to take into account the supply of fossil fuels. Or, I don't know, maybe we need to be talking about whether we need doctors or whether we need engineers, whether we need the capacity to make face masks, for example. And there are certain fundamental processes of which we don't have control, and which may put in danger our future development. Now, what's happening at the moment with microchips and semiconductors is very serious, because it's going to grind industry to a halt. But the other issue is that behind all of this, we have the industrial model is evolving towards a digital model. And this has a major, one key asset, which is data. Everything depends on data. And we have basically abdicated all our control to the large-scale platforms. In the US, data belongs to the large-scale companies, and they cede those data to other customers. And then we have China. China itself is becoming a superpower, but because it has data without asking permission. And what are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, we don't want to be, the umpire in a game of tennis, but we want to have control. So data belongs to citizens, but we need to put limits on the development on technology, because otherwise it's like being in the Far West in the US. It's the strongest wins. So I think it's not a mistake what we're doing in Europe. The future European regulation on artificial intelligence has decided and says that we don't want to have a discriminatory or partial use of public property. We're not just limiting technology. We're putting limits, we're putting boundaries to high-risk use of technology. And the data protection law, remember that? And everyone said, oh, Europe is just going to be left isolated. No, when we passed that law, the same as with the new regulation for artificial intelligence, we're not actually imposing technical boundaries, we're posing moral boundaries. We're saying this is the limit of what is morally okay. And in fact, what we lose on one side, we're going to win or gain on the other side because of our reputation. So I, as a consumer, or as a citizen, I don't want you to do this with my data, or that you use children as a labor force because it's cheaper, or that you pollute because it's cheaper, and I'm not going to do business with you. So we do have power, and we need to recover our power as citizens to decide what is acceptable and what isn't. And everyone's looking towards Europe, because we are the only place that's going to save this revolution from a Far West mentality. To make sure that the harmful effects, because otherwise the harmful effects will put us past a point of no return. The same with climate change. We have adverse effects that we cannot go back from now. We need to stop that happening with the digital risks. I'd like to ask you something which concerns me a little bit. When I was head of the Retina magazine, focusing on technology, I think we talked about some very interesting issues. Green algorithms, all the different issues that you've mentioned. We talked about this, but we actually didn't find a response. There was no response forthcoming from readers or even from our own bosses. So we're talking about things that are really important. And in fact, we didn't have a huge readership for it. And there wasn't a sort of an echo in the rest of the media. So it seems that people aren't interested in this. But I think that I said, I reckon this is going to be really interesting for people in 5 years' time. But it wasn't. What can we do? What can we do to get people interested in these issues, which are really important? And everyone's talking today about Ukraine and the new law on sexual harassment. But we're talking about algorithms. I mean, it's not very interesting, but how can we raise interest? Well, they're very complex debates which require, I don't know, deep knowledge. And of course, we live in the world of Twitter, where our comments are measured in characters. And there's a lot of competition to grab people's attention. We have the clickbait, etc. So which is why having forums and conferences such as this is so important, and the fact that we're going to have a university chair dedicated to artificial intelligence. But journalists and the media have a very important role to play because they choose the headlines, and you can choose your headlines to sell your papers. But what we need to do is to try to talk about the social model, economic model. We need to be talking about this. So the idea of digital rights is something that we want to foster. We want to foster a debate among the general public. We've done this already at the level of the European Union, but I do agree that we need to have, this needs to be part of the public debate. We're doing as much as we can, but what people need to understand is that we're working in the public sphere to protect their rights, and we need to generate trust. Because when you ask people for their data, for example, I remember with the COVID radar application, when we want anonymous data, and they all saying, well, what are they going to do with my data? They were very suspicious. But then they give their health data free of charge to Google. So there's a contradiction there. And there's a question of trust. So we need to, again, go back to education and training. So the idea is to bring about a change of culture, a change of mentality, and I think that the political debate should elevate its tone a little bit, and rather talking, I don't know, I hope that the next president of the government will actually maybe appear on television to talk about these issues. I would like to conclude with perhaps a more philosophical question. Often the media focus on the more dystopical elements of all of this, but in the world of artificial intelligence, there's all sorts of things going on. Many people thinking about the future of humanity. I'm thinking about the book by Amy Webb, which presents different scenarios, one catastrophic, another which isn't that great, but is the one that she says we're heading towards, and then another scenario in which we really make full use of this technology. What point do you think we're in at the moment? And what can we do to actually make the most of this such a powerful tool? I think all future scenarios are possible. The future isn't written, and it all depends on us. Well, it depends on the decisions that we make today. So putting limits on technology, having a moral compass which is going to limit these risks is something that we can do from the public sphere. I think that we have time, so we are in a transition. We're shifting away from an old model, which is no longer viable, towards a new model that we're all defining together now. So in this transitional phase, it's a really important phase, and we have a huge responsibility for future generations. We really need to solve two problems, that if we don't solve these problems, then that's it, we're done. The climate emergency is one of them. And the second are the limits and the conflicts that have to do with technological development. We're talking about the Charter of Digital Rights. We want young people to pick that up as a flagship, just as they did with climate change. Because what's happening is that young people don't talk about their digital rights because they don't know that they have it. How are they going to claim the rights over their personal details if they've never, ever had them? Because they were born into a different world. We're the last generation that has been both analog and digital, and we're the ones who understand what these rights are. And we need to convey this idea of urgency so that we put limits on technology before it goes beyond what we're doing. And the same, I think this is what we need to do with artificial intelligence. We need to make sure that the new regulation on artificial intelligence is there as quickly as possible. And I think this is what we need to work on all together. And I think these conferences such as this are the best place to do that.
Going back to the previous issue, climate change is the best word, but we are not talking about the digital rights. I think 2 years ago we were the only one to talk about that. Now we have also the EU on board and the UN rights, human rights also. If with the Charter of the Human Rights, we are going to look back at the fundamental rights, and we have to be aware of the fact that technology entails a certain number of risks. Machines are going to exist, and we will have to work with them, but we have to redefine our role. There are many advantages. Technology is always a good thing to progress, but we have to be on the be careful about the transition. There is a transition, and we have to be vigilant. The government is looking at the fact that the benefits and the costs are distributed in a fair way. So thank you, Karma. Thank you. Thank you to you. Very interesting, but of course, and many things, many questions. I'm going to have one question. Now, normally there are two questions in one, but this time it's the other way around. When you talked about the lack of qualified manpower in this field of technology, if I'm not wrong, the percentage of women that are enrolling to study this subject are less women. Are you making any kind of efforts to having women on board? Yeah, thank you for this question. This recovery plan has 4 axes to fill in the gaps of age and gender, and all government's actions want to shorten this digital gap. We do not want to have the gender gap. We have a lot of women studying these technological careers. We thought that they were discouraged when they were 18, but we have to begin to work at an early stage. There is we want to separate letters, humanities from science. I don't know why. Doctor will have to be understanding of algorithm, and technician also will have to have a sound basis of philosophy or history. This comes back from far away. This has to change. The educational reshuffle has to bring about these whole subjects together, subject matter. We in the digital chair, we mustn't forget that we mustn't separate these subject matters. Sometimes they say, well, I'm not finding people or individuals for the digital domain. You're all fishing in the same pond. You are all looking at those who are coming out from university. You are not turning on women and young people. You can train these women and young people if you can recycle all this stuff, the generation of more than 40 years. What we do not know is that those mastering languages from the linguistic fields that are the best prepared to learn coding and decoding. We have it is another language, so we have to find new references of success and visibility. And we were talking about technological women, entrepreneur. This is very much important. When the kids are studying in the textbooks, we have no women in the technological sphere. We have to look at those women as a reference. And it's not only a woman with success, not only a writer or an actress. It can be an astronaut, a surgeon, or any other profession. So our chair is training women. We have the Hacker Academy we have different aspects that are taking on board and that we will elaborate on next year. So just a bit of publicity. I have to advise an article from Kiko Arderas that talked to what is Google doing, hiring philosophers. We need both worlds. Yes, we have a mix when a data engineer can know the probability of me buying this glass, for example. But if he has no knowledge in anthropology or psychology, he knows that I have a 90% of possibilities of buying it, but he won't know why. So I think we have to mix those two sides. The second question, how it, I guess you are very well aware of the conclusions drawn in the COP27. How do you see this ecological transformation that would match with the protection of environment? How do you address this reality where we see that in the COP? How do we address the fact that we are going back to the extraction of fossil fuels and coal because of the Ukraine war? How do you deal with that? Because we are facing a reality, a harsh reality. We are fighting against the use of these fields. Yeah, because sometimes we forget the long-term objectives when we are in an emergency situation. This happens also in companies. We have to commit ourselves with this transition. We can hamper the rhythm of this transition, but we cannot set aside these objectives. Spain assumed the costs of this energy transition before other countries. And this is the model that has been key to have this winter. We'll have no problem of supply this winter. So I guess no one is going to set aside this engagement or commitment. Of course, sometimes you will have to maybe slow down this transition, but we cannot go back. How can I say to my daughter that circular economy is not to ask me for money, spend it and ask me for more money? Your daughter has to learn about data, technology, and she's going to have a good job. Okay, thank you. Thank you to both. It is, we have a pause, a break, and we are going to have a T-bone and a coffee. So in a few minutes, we go back. Thank you. Hi, so we are here again. Good night. We are going to know about how to avoid the pollution, the lack of sanitation. I'm just testing. I was. I'm going to present. I'm the presenter. I'm going to kick off the second part of this session, of this morning session. We're going to have a long table. It's not really round. We wanted to have other guests, but they couldn't make it. So we're going to address an issue which is about fair and sustainable transition. An example, fair and sustainable transition is the one, for example, for seeking a greater energy efficiency in households, and the non-fair is the one of the organization of this table. Well, this is the ones who are sitting here at the table are Raquel, Jorge, Ricard, from the Real Instituto Elcano. It is overestimated, this institution, and it was Elcano, poor thing. He wasn't Magallanes. He was a poor sailor. He was Basque, of course, the only good thing. Well, I have to say that I'm in the Basque country, but he was a traitor. He just took a ship and he went, just left Magallanes and he came back. Well, anyway, in those days, in this world tour of Magallanes, they just died and it was very hard. And there was Elcano and a few. And he was the one who finished the tour, the world tour navigation. But the institute is really great, the Institute of Elcano. Anyway, she has a degree in political science. Well, anyway, this is quite easy. Well, I've done political sociology. Well, anyway, that's what I can say. She's very smart, though. She is the young leader, a young leader in Europe, but they give you a backpack to have your water bottle, because now you need your water bottle with you. Well, anyway, it's more sustainable. So you have to take with you a bottle, and you have to take also your hat, whatever it's winter or summer. Anyway, she has been working in France, UK, the States. Well, we don't know. Maybe she has been fired because she has been in many places. Anyway, I had a boss that said, I've been manager, director of 7 companies. Well, it made me think. But among her mates' curriculum, well, I've got some personal data. She's a very good friend of Carme Artigas because they are both from Valencia. Anyway, well, do you understand? Well, among her major skills, she has a good eyesight and she sleeps very well. Anyway, a second guest is Xavier Ochandiano. He's the representative of the City Council of Bilbao from the Development and Employment Department and president of Bilbao Quinta. He's well, anyway, he's very he loves opera, and well, we can see that on his curriculum. He loves simple things. He goes to Seychelles Island in summer, or to he loves going on his boat and having a beer with some crisps, so he doesn't need very much. Anyway, to be happy. He comes from a very poor background. Poor family. His 14 sisters and brother were lived during 2 weeks with 2 potatoes, and then they say, well, we have to eat them. We are starving. And he wanted to sing as an opera singer, but he was hired by the city council. Hopefully, he has got a great collections of gas saves, and he is the next guest of our guest for this round table, which this table is Carlos Matais. He comes from the Polytechnical University of Madrid. It's maybe very happy to be here. We were in Soria in a conferences a few weeks ago. He asked me for 50 euros and he didn't give them back to me, but now he did. So it was great to meet him again, to have the money back. And those things are not in the curriculum. People do not know that he was the only individual that wanted to have the world tour in 1 month on foot. And anyway, it was the first man who tried to do that, a real endeavor. He was so used to meetings online that he just came with his underwear to the meeting. And I said, it's not online. You have to get dressed. So he went back to his room to get dressed. Anyway, he's a guitar player. That's true. He plays guitar really great. And he has been in Carnegie Hall, in the Olympia of Paris, in the Sydney Opera, in the Teatro Real in Madrid. And anyway, Carlos Matais. And then we also have Coral Calero. She comes from Odisseia, which is a laboratory on AI. And she cares about all the machines that talk to you when you get cigarettes or whatever, or a drink. Anyway. As it is an observatory for the AI, they're very busy looking at the smart buildings, because a lot of them are borderline, to say. And I've been working in a radio. I'm not going to say a radio station on Onda Cero. And I said, this is a smart room. And in summer we had central heating, and in winter we had the air conditioning on, and we were freezing. So we wanted them. We cannot do anything because it's a smart building, and we cannot change the temperatures. That's what they told us. Anyway, it was just to talk about this radio Onda Cero. So Coral Calero talks a joke when the man who goes to the doctor, to the dentist, he said, I've got my teeth are very yellow. What do you have to wear? Wear it a yellow tie, for example, to match. Okay. So she has her husband is very against her having a full wardrobe of many garments, and those we have men the same ties and the same jackets, but they always told us to get rid of those clothes. She's very fond of having bags and bags in the kitchen. She loves painting, and she has many pots of paint at home to paint her home. She loves painting. And she's very fond of being an influencer, and that's why she has a new profile on Instagram. And please follow us, be her followers. Coralita Dinamita Boom Boom. This is the name. Anyway, if you want to follow her, and And online, but she didn't want to come. She told us, well, you don't eat, and she's Alicia Richard, she says. Well, she's traveling from Spain to Portugal very often, but anyway, she was appointed digital champion in 2012, but she has a long list of different appointments. She speaks 3 languages: English, French, and Spanish. Anyway, it's just like a job. English, she learned English in languages. You have to learn them in the country. She went to learn English to Bath, UK. And talking with her, she told me, I realized that I mastered English when I started dreaming in English. That's true. When you dream in English, it's that way because you have language in you. You are, and I realized that when one day, I just wake up and I said, I dreamt in English. I just dreamed. I got into a bar and I say, oh, hey, hello. And I said, hello. It was in English, not very long. But anyway, she's an entrepreneur. She wants to have a farm of a Vietnamese pig to work in catering in a restoration. So that's all. I've presented you all. Thank you. Okay. Do you want me to carry on? No? You didn't mention. Well, I'm not going to say that here. Well, I just will tell you afterwards. We can do someday a choreography together. As we do not have much time, first of all, I would like to thank the participation of all our guests. Alicia, she's online. I would like to thank your effort for being here. And when they invited me to chair this table, Fair and Sustainable Transitions, in the Real Instituto Elcano, I work in the Department of Digitization, and the green transition is of major importance, and this has to be done together. The ecology and transition and digital transition have to go hand in hand. But when we address this subject, I know that those guests are going to give us a certain number of examples, success stories, and they come from different sectors, but they have things in common. We have Coral Calero that comes from Odisea. She's works in the informatic languages of Castilla-La Mancha, the University of Castilla-La Mancha. She will be talking about more practical cases of what they do in the laboratory with software. We also have Javier Ochandiano. He's going to talk about the public institution perspective when we have addressed the issue of housing or cars. This is something we live on a daily basis. So it is very important. We also have Alicia Richard. It's not Ricard, it's Richard. We are not cousins. Anyway, she's going to talk about the private sector perspective, and she was previously the general director of Digital. And also, last but not least, we have Carlos Matais. I've had the opportunity in the past to collaborate with him, and he will bring about a more global perspective. As we have not very much time, we will start with Coral, Alicia, Xavier, and Carlos. Could you elaborate a bit more on what does it really mean, fair and sustainable transitions. There are bodies or sectors that they see that as a sustainable transition, but not always fair, or sometimes that could be seen as unfair. So we can elaborate on that. And they are not always sustainable. The meaning of sustainability could be different according to the sectors. We saw that at the beginning with the social organizations to work in favor of better solutions to struggle against climate change. We see that with the civil organizations. They fight to, as was mentioned by the Secretary of State, but I would like to talk about this link, because sometimes the green sphere or the digital sphere is more important according to the situation. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for having invited me. I'm learning a lot. And also because I'm really happy. I'm happy to listen to many speakers talking about the software consumption. This is not something we talk a lot about. And it is my field. I'm going to use a PowerPoint. I'm a teacher, and the Instagram profile, I did it yesterday, Coralita Dinamita Pum Pum. You can check my Instagram. I am a teacher in the University of Castilla-La Mancha. I'm in the group ARCOS, and I'm also in the Odyssey. I'm collaborating with the Green Algorithms, and we also are collaborating with Aquantum, an engineering association dedicated to quantum computing. So I've got a few slides, and this has been already mentioned, but now it is quite pretty. It is a color, and it is written as well. We have 20% of the global consumption of energy in 2030 is going to be due to the ICTs. We have the software, the technologies, we have software and telecommunications. Arantza told us yesterday things about the hardware, but I will be talking about software because as it is sometimes not consumed, but our civilization depends on the software. I would like to think about how many software you use. Software is there to help us, and this is such as that. We have it everywhere, from the simple things to the greatest, from the till in the supermarket and the robots that are operating. Software has many users. We have the data, because we live from data. We have some informations. We have 463 terabytes are generating each day. It is from Raconter. It is on the big data information. We also have the use of internet and the social network used, social media used. A computer is not only a computer, it is something more. Here we have on the table 2 computers. For example, you have many computers. You have your smartphone, your iWatch. My watch is a bit borderline, as we have the computers, tablets, but the Thermomix and all these are computers. And now, with all this huge amount of data that we have to process, we have the AI, the artificial intelligence that is here, and that is getting a greater importance. If we do not have AI, it will be very difficult to manage all this data. What happens with the AI? As a vaccine is giving results, and it's giving us the possibility to treat all this data. But in the meanwhile, we have forgotten the resources that are used. So it is not the fault of the AI, but it is the fault of the system more. What is the system? All this software is used in a device. All device needs electricity. So in the world, many things happen because of the transitive property. Software has impact on the environment. This is an example. These are data that I have got from literature. 1 hour on Netflix is going to bring about the same kind of CO2 that are 12 kilometers on a road for a car. We have seen that 400 hours in each minute of seeing Netflix is just like 5.5 million of kilometers in driving. But another example, the perimeter of the planet, 4,075 kilometers. Each time we see Netflix on TV, it's just like 127 tours of the planet with a car, 1 minute. So if you are able to extrapolate what this can lead us to, if we just care about what we use on a private on our private devices, we are facing a considerable issue. This was shown by Atlanta. I think this is the use of electricity usage of that data center, the horizon of 2030. This is a pessimistic scenario. This is terabytes per hour. I think it is 3,000. This is quite a lot. Anyway, here another data on AI. Training an algorithm for the it's almost the same 5 life of a car, just one algorithm for only one kind of data processing. So think about it and put it into perspective. So one day we were working in software quality. We said, well, what about the efficiency? And so we started looking at the efficiency. Here we have got 2 perspectives. The technology helping us to solve environmental issues, the green buy, for example, but technology should be green in itself. So we also have the hardware perspective. Yesterday, they addressed the studies that are carried out here, but we are working on the software. How can this software be more efficient? How can we do that? We do that with ET, Energy Efficiency Tester. We just put it another E, just in case, because Spielberg, there are copyrights there. So ET is a device that has sensors that have been connected to the wires of hardware components of a computer, processor, RAM, hard drive, graphic card. So we have a software app, and ET is going to gather data, and we analyze those data afterwards. Where do we use ET? It's not ET. ET is a part of another big scheme, but we also have data analysis. Researchers should be doing that. When we research, we do not have to limit ourselves to laboratories. We are researching in part thanks to the public funds. We use your money, so we have to be accountable. So that's why we have opened a line of research apart from our research work. So what do we do in this examination? We carry out comparative studies. How can we use this technology, the one we have in our smartphone? And we could say things as, you're going to use an automatic machine translation, do it with Google. Google is an efficient, but it's not a good idea to use Traduca with Firefox, because this is consuming a lot of energy, using energy. But if you want to navigate, on the left, you have a certain of good combinations. The worst combination is Opera. It's not a good combination for a navigator to use it, but the best option is Edge with Google. They're not the same manufacturer. It is a Google product. If you're using a family, that's fine. They are in the category 1. So in Twitter, in social media, if you move a lot, it is very bad for energy consumption. It is different if we use a GIF, a video. It's of course consuming more energy. It's like chocolate when you are on a diet. So we can use chocolate. We can eat chocolate, but only once in a while. They can do that with drawings or emojis. It's better. We also have launched an initiative. This is the Green Alarcos, where we try to talk about what are our advices for saving energy. What can we do when using our technological devices for having a lower consumption?
As you can see, none of this is particularly technical. I'm not saying anything about software development, which is what I do, but it's really good to be able to say to society, just be careful. This is what you can do. We also have formal research. I'm going to tell you one case, and I'll finish now, about artificial intelligence, which has to do with our participation in Odisea. One of the studies that we carried out was about the consumption of optimizers in machine learning. They take so long that we have time optimizers for machine learning, and we looked at whether there was any difference between different models. We had a logistic regression model with 3 different possibilities, and then also a data set about transitions with fraudulent translations with credit card transitions. The more powerful the optimizer, more it consumed, logically. If I take less time, then consumption will drop, obviously. If, in addition to this, the longer I took, the more accurate it was. And this is good. It's good to have a high level of accuracy, because I can trust what the algorithm is telling me. But then we think, is the increase in precision worth the increase in consumption? So an increment of just 0.016% in accuracy required 3 times more energy consumption. That's incredible, right? I mean, that's huge, because there are algorithms that there are some algorithms in which 0.016% is absolutely crucial. Okay, fine, fair enough. But most of them, that level of accuracy is negligible. So we need to be careful when we decide what level of accuracy we want to achieve. And that was the first study that we carried out. Now, these are the studies that we carry out, not just in artificial intelligence. We also have a classification of different programming languages. Python, for example, devours energy. I know it's in vogue at the moment, but it's the worst type of language you can possibly use. But perhaps we can talk about this in a different roundtable. We have data compression algorithms. We've been working with A Coruña University. All of those, the data that you use, you can use them in a compressed way rather than having a data set like this. I can make it like this, and I can use it like that, because if I compress it and I have to decompress it every time I use it, then there's no point. But with these algorithms, I can have it in a reduced format and I can work. And this enables huge energy savings. There are other things about how we can develop it, what tools to use, and then finally, quantum computing. Now, we talk a lot about quantum computing at the moment as if it was, a magic recipe. Quantum computing is going to give us the solution to huge problems. Fine, but we don't need to use quantum computing for small-scale problems, because it's slightly less accurate and reliable, and also because consumption is huge. And this is what we've seen in our studies. So, as a reflection, software is really important. Each of us need to be aware of the software that we use every day for all sorts of different activities, but we also have to be aware that it consumes a lot. Now, this doesn't mean that you have to stop using software. That's not what we're saying. The problem is we have the problem. Those of us who develop software, we have to make it more energy efficient, and this is what we're working on. But until that arrives, and we can say, look, hey, go, this is a software, it's got a green certificate. Until that time, each one of us as citizens, we need to do our bit. So what you do in Twitter, is it going to, put an end to the world's problems? No, of course it won't. But every little bit counts. And that's what I wanted to tell you today, that today all of us can do something, a little something, and together that will be a big effort. Thank you very much. I think what you've said is really important, and I've just got a couple of questions, a couple of comments. Just if you actually are interested, then she has some publications in some of the highest impact journals in this field. So if you want to read more about the studies that she's presented, you can do that. Now we're going to pass over to Alicia Richard, who's an industrial engineer and works in Affinity, she was named Digital Champion by the European Union. And she's also worked in the public sphere, where she's been promoting different programs and plans. So Alicia, you have between 8 and 10 minutes, and then we will go straight to the debate. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Cristina Monge and Daniel Inerarity for very kindly inviting me to participate in the Green Digital Conference. It's the second time I've been here, and congratulations, because I think the presenter's really funny as well. So thank you. That was a good choice of presenter. Hi to Raquel, even though we share a surname, we're not relations, but it's nice to meet you anyway. Carlos Massage, I know we've coincided in different forums. Coral, hello, we haven't met before, and Xavier as well. Now, Carmen Martinez, the Secretary of State, we actually both studied at the same university, so if you didn't know that. So perhaps by association, I will seem a bit cleverer. And also, I'm really good at telling jokes, so that's really important. Huh? I think we should take that into account as well. But down to business. Let me start by talking about, when I think about a just transition, I think about it from different perspectives, not just the environmental perspective. Now, as we've heard today, sustainability means that we need to satisfy the needs of the current generation without compromising the needs of future generations, finding a balance between economic growth, respect for the environment, and social well-being. That's not an easy balance to strike. Sustainable digitalization has a lot of challenges. I can't believe it. That 1 hour of watching Netflix is like going 12 kilometers in a car. What is clear is that digitization is a fundamental driver for improving our society. I'm going to be talking about environmental, digital, and inclusivity. From the environmental perspective, it's true that software and hardware are consumers of energy resources, although I should also say that this sector is really well aware of the problem, and it does measure and it certifies everything. They're almost obsessed with energy saving. Digitization enables other economic sectors to save energy, optimizing processes, eliminating the need for more material, avoiding journeys, optimizing the use of resources. We have to think about how much paper we used to consume. Mum, sorry, just leave me alone. I'm sorry, my mum's here. Let's think about the COP27 summit, which is being carried out in Egypt. Our scientists need to understand how the atmosphere works better. We need to have more complex models fed by millions of data bits, etc. And satellites that fly over the Earth, and all these scientists are in their own countries working, sharing information. So there has been a great advance in our knowledge of climate. This is exponential, and this is going to enable us to design better environmental policies that will guarantee the sustainability of the planet without leaving developing countries behind. These are the countries which, unfortunately, are the countries that consume not most energy, but different types of fuels, mainly fossil fuels. From a social point of view, I would like to say that digitalization equalizes opportunities. It enables us to convey knowledge like never before. We have an infinite number of educational resources at our fingertips today in any language, free of charge for any person of any age, of any financial situation, assuming, of course, that they have access to the internet, which today is a basic right. And this efficient dissemination of knowledge enables millions of people to access a better education. And hopefully they will be able to access jobs which will provide them with a better quality of life all over the world, but especially in emerging countries. And then finally, digitalization is enabling many women and other people from social minorities to access areas that were reserved in the past to privileged minorities. As a woman, being able to convey to our children and grandchildren the fact that they can study STEM degrees. And I know that we're far from equality, but the fact that we no longer have university degrees that are just closed and only open to certain people. Luckily, that's in the past now. So the fostering of digitalization at all levels, right from the word go, in all countries, is one of the main fundamental drivers of the development of more sustainable societies. With regard to what companies do and what they can do, if you look at advertising campaigns, they all say, oh, we need to connect people. Even Iberia, the airline, in its advertising campaign, it talks about connecting people. How you can see how sustainability and justice, and this is just and sustainable transitions, it is actually filtering down into all areas of life and business. Now, what we should do is focus on aggregated energy consumption in different infrastructures. This is fundamental because often these companies don't give you information or don't talk about their aggregated energy consumption. Through different technologies or the consumption of certain things. Each company should have a device for measuring how much energy they use and transfer all that and translate it into CO2 emissions. There is a trend towards digitizing customers, because despite the fact that these software programs do consume energy, they also have a positive impact on other areas and other indicators of sustainability. And then finally, I think there's another area which I think is less studied and perhaps is less developed, and that's privacy and online security and the social agenda. I don't think that these issues have been developed properly. They haven't been explored in as much depth as they should have been explored. And I think we need to have a much more information about how certain privacy rights are violated, and companies have the obligation to report any violation of privacy, but they don't always. But I do think that this needs to be developed a little bit more. They need to detail more what those processes are, what processes are used. I think that would be very interesting. And now, very briefly, I would just like to tell you that Affinity is an artificial intelligence company which specializes in customer experience. And we take the use of data security very seriously, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to generate business. Our artificial intelligence, in its development, we respect three things which are fundamental. First of all, we always try to we comply completely with data protection law, the Californian Consumer Privacy Act, or any other regulation. There's a recent one in Australia. There's going to be another one coming out soon in Korea. We monitor all of these new regulations and we ensure 100% compliance with all of these regulations. And obviously, second, very, very important, is security. We are installed in our customer servers, so we're within their firewalls in order to make sure that there is no data leakage. And thirdly, perhaps most importantly, is the ethical framework of artificial intelligence. I know that the European Commission is going to regulate this field, given the dangers posed by AI. We've done it slightly differently. We're in a very low level. We don't have to do anything new here, but for us, it's a very firm commitment with the future growth of our company, and we're going to be introducing new procedures so that we can be much more proactive in this ethical field in the future and avoid the appearance of risks and bias and discrimination within our algorithms. And to do that, we have a series of principles which are responsibility, the design of our model, and the supply chain of data. We do this, we have identified it and audited it, and we monitor it to avoid any possible bias, explicability. So we don't want to be a black box. We want, and in fact, we do place our algorithms in our customers' hands so that they can audit these algorithms as well. So we're very, very transparent. And then finally, we apply the principle of fairness. And this means that we pay special attention to those groups that may be more vulnerable. This is fundamental. So periodically, we also carry out ethical audits of ourselves. So we do it in-house. And we've decided to do that in order to correct any kind of deviation before we set any new model in motion, so that we can adjust the models before they go out onto the market. So for us, digital confidence and trust can be summed up in these three areas: privacy, responsibility, and an ethical use of AI. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alicia. Now, we can talk about some of the things you've mentioned a little bit later on, but I think this idea of fairness is really interesting, because fairness and justice in English are different words and they have different connotations. They're generally translated in the same way in Spanish, which is why they're using the word in English during the debate here. But I just wanted to ask all of you in general about these criteria: responsibility, environmental, governance, and social responsibility. Are they compatible? Are they incompatible? That's what we're going to do a little bit later. But first of all, we're going to hear from Xavier Ochandiano, who's born in Bilbao. He has a degree in business administration. He's worked in the public sphere. And in 2019, he is the town councillor for employment and citizen service and political economic policy. So thank you very much for being here, Xavier. We would really like to hear about what you're doing here in Bilbao in your 10-15 minutes. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. You might have seen me fiddling around with my mobile. I was actually I was removing my Tinder profile from Tinder, and I was trying to work out how many kilometers I've traveled virtually by car. So I was trying to work out all of that. Thank you very much for this very wonderful presentation and introduction. I think that, and I love the presenter, and in fact, humor is, I think, one of the most human characteristics. And it's a pleasure for me to be here today with all of you. Now, Ollana Aguirregoitia is here as well. And she knows a lot more than me about all of this, but I won't make you come up here, so don't worry. I'm going to try to talk about the perspective of a local administration, the City Council of Bilbao in this case, but with your permission, I'd also like to talk in more abstract terms as a politician. Now, it's hard for me to be here because I'm a politician. So if I talk for 8 minutes without a PowerPoint, maybe no one will understand me, but I will try. Now, from a local perspective, local institutions, just like state institutions, we have a number of different responsibilities. And I think that the issue that we're talking about today, I don't think it's it's not on the political agenda, not enough anyway. You've given us this wonderful presentation, really educational, but we didn't know any of this. We've tried to implement different strategies and policies, etc. But I don't know, when we connect the different transitions, no one's talking about this connection between the different transitions. And in fact, I wasn't even aware of how much we consume with our different digital tools. And we do have quite important tools. We obviously, we do make laws, but we also have a role which is encouraging people to do certain things. And as part of that, institutions, we have a very important role to play, and that is public acquisition. Public acquisitions really has a major role to play. And in the field of sustainability, there are many examples of public acquisition, and all the baddies. We have the baddies, oil and gas, they're baddies. And we all know that, and we're making strides, buying less gas and oil, but there are other areas that for some of the things that you've mentioned. I don't think that we're working on reducing consumption or fostering energy efficient software problems during its public acquisition, and we spend billions of euros every year throughout, in the public administration spend billions, and we could play a much greater role in this. Now, I looked up in the dictionary what justice meant, and it talks about a moral code of a group so that they can live an honest life, etc. I don't like the word moral, because I like more what Alicia said about ethics. I prefer to talk about ethics rather than morals. And this summer, I've been reading some books on philosophy, and I tried to understand philosophical works written by Spinoza about morality, and I didn't understand a word of it. There are many people here, especially Daniel, who's very clever. I'm sure he understands it better than I do. But it is an important issue to take into account, ethics. And I think we have tried to be digitally more ethical. And we have signed different ethical codes, different manifestos. A couple of days ago, we approved the digital strategy for the city up until 2023, in which we put people center stage. So technology, digitalization is incredibly important in this transition, but from my point of view, it's instrumental. It should be at the service of people. This is what I believe, and we need to avoid the digital divide. We have the gender gap, which is still there, and we still haven't managed to close it. There are other divides which have to do with divide between generations, social gaps as well. And digitalization might help compensate certain or to close certain gaps, but it might widen them. It might widen them as well. So as the local council, we have our own 2030 agenda, which ties in with the SDGs and all these different mantras that seem to be floating around the place at the moment. But I think I will have some takeaway messages from what you said. At this moment, we are working in the field of economic promotion and tourism, and we've set up a large-scale project linked to artificial intelligence with a device that can help you improve your experience in Bilbao when you visit us. And I'd never thought about, how much is this going to consume? I hadn't asked myself that, and I think this is something that we really should bear in mind. In the field of digitalization, ethics is very important, much more than morality, justice as well. And I think we need to incorporate that into our strategy. And with regard to sustainability, here I would just like to offer you some critical thoughts about which it has to, I think that when we talk about sustainability, we generally tend to talk about the environment. This is what I see, at least in the political discourse, especially the business discourse as well. Sustainability linked to the environment. And this is really important. Of course it is. But there is also social sustainability. There is business, commercial sustainability. There are other types of sustainability. And all of this needs to be connected, because otherwise we're not going to get anywhere. because we're getting very nervous about all of these transitions, but we really need to make sure that all the different transitions converge. And even those of us who have to regulate, the policymakers, we often tend to be more short term in our vision. We don't adopt a holistic vision as we should do. And I would like to just express here my concern about this and my interest in learning. I don't know if the energy transition can be actually carried out in the deadlines that we're talking about here without this amount of stress, because there's a huge amount of stress involved with it. Technology seems to exist, but no one's, or until relatively recently, no one's been talking about, this consumption of software, the energy consumption of software. I mean, we have digital strategies in Bilbao, we have environmental strategies, mobility strategies, but curiously enough, these different people working in these different strategies don't tend to talk to each other. And I think when we need to understand the interdependence of transitions, and this is not something that's on the political agenda at the moment. And that's all from me. I would just like to thank you all. And I think it's really important that we're here talking about this. This city is it collaborates a lot with the place where we are today, the Cuna Center. Our mayor, who's going to come to close this event, is very committed to his own particular project, which is a charter of values. And he's my boss, of course, and I really respect him. But despite that, it's great to see him talk about values. There aren't very many politicians who talk about values. I don't know if our Charter of Values is better or worse than any other Charter of Values that might exist out there, but at least it's there. At least we have one and we're talking about values. And I think this is important in the modern day and age. So the model of Bilbao and the model here in the Basque Country in general, model being developed by different administrations, I think could help these different transitions converge. And this is very complex, I know that, especially in this context of political upheaval. But it's important to sort of raise your gaze, to look towards the long term, rather than, just try to put out fires in our daily work. So that's all from me, and I will do my best to answer any questions that might be asked of me later. Thank you very much, Xavier, for being so honest. And I think it's very important to publicly recognize all the things that you do. So thank you very much. As a citizen, I thank you. Now, we're going to hear now from Carlos Matais. I'm going to try to divide the questions into 4 different blocks, but let me introduce Carlos Matais first of all. He is a lecturer in organizational engineering at the University of Madrid and has a PhD in engineering for human development. In 2008, he joined the Spanish Agency for International Development, and since then has been worked as an expert advisor in the field of cooperation. He is a member of Engineers Without Borders and many, many other things besides. So perhaps you can talk a little bit about that. Carlos. Yes, I'm no longer a member of all of those NGOs, but I would like to explain why I think I've been invited, so kindly invited, even though I'm not someone who, strictly speaking, works in the digital world. It's because I have spent a large part of my professional career and a university career dedicated it to connecting different sectors. I worked in the social sector through the NGOs that you mentioned. And there I decided, I realized that international cooperation wasn't going to achieve its ends unless it was able to incorporate and involve other sectors, the production sector and other sectors as well. And now I started to work on public-private alliances for cooperation. Then I went back to the university sphere. And I don't know if it was a good or a bad idea, but I had the bright idea of saying that the university could actually go beyond the sphere in which it currently operated. And 10 years ago, we started to work on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development because we've been working on that for some time now. It was actually approved only 7 years ago, but even before that time, we was talking about the possibility of developing an agenda that would unite and join communities at an international level, because at that time they were all working separately. We had communities working on environmental issues, communities fighting against poverty, communities fighting for different human rights, and then of course the production system and the business system, because we need to generate employment, to generate wealth. I remember 10 years ago, as always in the academic world, it was really, nobody wanted to say, yes, we're going to be able to achieve this agenda. Many people were arguing as to why this was impossible, and then it did in about 2015. It was established. We have the agenda. We got the good news. But by that time, we had a lot of baggage of all these different proposals and objectives. But all of this, I really do think, represent the aspirations of a large-scale transition. We're talking about transitions here today, and all of them are connected. And when we look at the 2030 agenda, we see that it's the agenda of a large-scale transition. I think that's the heart. That's what's at the heart. The slogan is "Road to Dignity." That's what it says. That's what we're aiming to do at the end of the world. You can read the documents. It says it there, and the subtitle is "Towards a Large-Scale Transformation."
Comparamos dónde estamos con dónde queríamos estar en un punto casi de mitad de camino hacia 2030, pues tenemos que aceptar que las cosas no van.
We're in 2030, we have to accept that things are not going that great. The last report of the UN that gives us a sensation of progress on the agenda, we are lagging behind, and we had to multiply 15 the speed, and that's how I can say something about what do we understand as transformation when we are within this context. So the consensus, the global consensus that is based on the best science, and that tells us we have to change things. We have to go towards a different system. We have to beware of the legacy, of course. But when we could talk about transformations, it is quite obvious. But we, of course, have to describe it. We are talking about systems of systems. We are also needing to analyze our systems. We have to see what is the energy consumed with our different devices, our systems, and we also have to be well aware of the fact that experts need other experts, and the expert world is not enough because we need behavior changes. We have to be also more aware about how we do things. So we talk about systems, and we have to make the efforts to better understand those systems, to think about those systems in a critical way, and also our actions, our projects, our initiatives, our investment have to be done under this approach. I loved listening to you in Lisbon, Daniel, when you want to change something. First, you have to change everything. In a way, it is a way of telling us that we have to get moving on universities, institutions, if we want to be doing something. when we have to gather together our energy and our knowledge, we have to think about the fact that we are in the midst of a big transformation. Second issue, the transformation is not going to be carried out with under a total control. We are addicted. We have an addiction for control. I send you a certain number of measures and actions, and through certain incitations that could be brought about from top down, and the transformation is going to happen. And but it is not true. We have many examples about that. We could talk about the cities, for example. That we have a major issue of mobility in towns. Can we control that? No, it is not possible. It is a complex issue. We have to act all together in different layers. We have to do that from an institutional order that hasn't been designed for that. The public institutions helped us to install this health system through a great political push. But if we talk about health, we talk about One Health, but to protect health, not only it is done through hospitals, because our health is the health of the planet, the different species. So with the total control, this is not going to happen. So this led us to the necessity to create transformation context where what is not there is no enough interaction. All those projects and actions that are not interconnected, all those private public capitals have to go and have to work towards the common good. This takes me to the third element. For this transformation to happen, if we cannot control it from the top, it is important to have direction, a shared direction. The public politics show the way. Mazzucato tells us that we have to think all together about a name. We have to accept that the fact that public goes beyond public administration. And in this new context, we would be able to generate the conditions for the different sectors, the NGOs, the university. We could embark on this major transformation, acting upon the logic of systems. And we have to acknowledge complexity. And I guess we will have the possibility to get to 2030, achieving something. So going from blah, blah, and the same mantra. This cannot be a mantra because it is the only consensus we will have. We won't have time for another consensus because a cross-sectional element that is present in all this transformation is time. It is urgency. So that's all from, I end up with a positive message. I guess that in Europe we are doing many things. We are putting in place innovation politics and policies that are taking on board all these components. We are embracing complexities, and we understand that public policy can be different, and collaboration is vital. And maybe afterwards, if we have time, the new Innovation and Science European program, we are going to spend 100 billion euros. It is the European missions towards sustainability. And we are working on that in my center. And we are seeing that they are bringing to us the demonstrations and the fact to be able to believe that it is possible. Thank you very much, Carlos. We have 20 minutes left, so I would like to put forward a few questions that are for all the speakers. When we got into the pandemic, we talked about the transformation and resilience schemes that have 10 levels and 4 components. When we look at the background in the Real Elcano Institute, we just looked about only the chapter of the digital transformation. But one of the things we identified from these 3 levels, there is a digital aspect. We also have those who are wanting to have a green transition. We just see what is the percentage of digital transformation in those green components, but you realize that the great majority of them are only in 10 or 40%. So there are very few green components that are promoting a digital transformation for these 4 pillars: gender equality, territorial cohesion, etc. So when you addressed those aspects, I drew a conclusion. When we want to implement actions that will enable us to have a smart house or smart flat, or our grandparents should have new technology to be able to stay at home more time longer. And one of the major issues I would like to put on the table is that you have talked about the perspective of regulation, of encouragement, and if we would have to choose what you would choose, we cannot only do regulation, that's all. We cannot invest money and see and wait for the market to deliver the results. We also need vigilance of public policies and the need of impact to have a multi-actor dialogues. And it seems quite abstract, but what it means is just to meet together and to get together in an informal way. My question is the following: if you have to choose between generation and courage or criteria of what would you prefer? It is not a one only answer. I would like you to elaborate on the small tricks to have this. If I did my first question, and then I will just ask you to be brief, 2-3 minutes maximum. Thank you. Who's going to start? Alicia? Great. I would choose ICG because it is from the I'm fully convinced about the fact that it is the only way to progress. Of course, if we have many commitment in other fields, it's going to be great. But what we need is a multidisciplinary approach. We have to often seek easy answers. So Carlos, don't get depressed. This is going to go slowly. Our civilization is a fossil fuel technologies, and many technologies are not available or are not at our reach to become green as we want. So don't get desperate. These are the great challenge of our generation. And yesterday I attended a conference with investors, and CEO said that when he got into a telecommunication company, he said to the board, well, I need money to invest in energy transition. So he compared it like that. My company, which is present in many European countries, in all these countries, there is a source of energy. Some is nuclear, in other countries we have a coal, and in others it's gas. So what I do mainly is that I know that the consumption or the fact of having a new portable subscription requires X CO2, or have a new smartphone from China is going to cost me 200 kilos of CO2. So this is an example of the conviction of the CEO that from the very first moment when he took over the control of this company, has wanted to talk about that. And I said there is a lot of bullshit in LSG. So I think it is a personal commitment. It's a matter of personal commitment. Thank you. Who's next? Well, I'm going to play the devil's advocate. I think we have to address the full mission. We cannot choose one thing or the other just that way, because when you choose something, you have to leave the other one. But I guess we cannot leave those challenges aside. It's not easy. I have a large experience in politics. It is very stressful because we have to act swiftly. We cannot think in the long run. Sometimes the requirement is to act today and now, right now. I think that's the major challenge is inequality, and we have to address that. I would put it the other way around, the social inequality and the social and the gender inequality. And if we had to start, I would start from the growing inequality we are seeing worldwide. We are quite lucky in our country, in Euskadi and in Spain. But this week, we started the week with a figure. We were 8 billion inhabitants, and Europe is each time smaller. And so our welfare state is at stake. In politics, we cannot say, I choose that and I leave that aside. I set that aside. We have to have a global commitment. And if I would have to start, the better one is the one who is going to address the social inequality. We live a lot in the political debates. Poverty was poverty before, energy poverty, lack of food. Poverty has no labels, I guess. So I haven't seen poor kids in rich families. Poverty is poverty, and it is present in many, many spheres of our life. I insist a long-term approach, and we have to inspire. And if there is hesitation, we have to focus on inequality. Coral? I think to see that in different compartments, it is an issue. The great challenge is to address all that at the same time. We have to be multidisciplinary. The more is the best. And I think we have to invest, but not invest, I will give you this and that, and then among them they do not talk. These separations are not possible. We have also, as you have mentioned, Xavier, you have talked about the competitions or the conditions. If we say, well, be careful with this consumption of this in the contract specification, it is important if a company has a CEO that is committed with that, they will take the lead and the other ones will follow, I guess. So they all get together and they act. We have to put an end to the greenwashing, as it was mentioned by Alicia. We have to really make sure that the companies are committed with environment protection. We haven't got time, so time is limited. We have to work in an efficient way. We have to do that in many aspects. Yeah, when you look at the approval of projects in the CEDETI, one of the great challenges is it's very difficult to include innovation in a project that is on the way. So you approve a project in 2013, it would be until 2025. If you want to have innovation, it is going to be very difficult. So, and when you assess impact, there is another debate with if the assessment of impact of a public policy, you have to be sure that there's only one entity that is in charge. You have to go from the one cycle to the other. Carlos, the example of public procurement. So when we talk about things fall apart, I guess. Sorry. Figures can change, but there's a part of the product of a country that are moving through the public procurement. But this public procurement, or a part of this, is going to have we buy with a certain number of guarantees, technologies that are going to improve efficiency or the speed of certain processes, but it's not going to change the system. It is important, yes, I agree, but it's not what we talk about when we talk about transformation, because we do not understand that innovation should go beyond the innovators that are understood in a traditional way, startups or departments of research departments. When we work innovation in a city, for example, according to our experience, the innovation perimeter has to take on board civil servants, that because sometimes they are blocking innovation because of many reasons. They haven't got incitations to integrate what is new. And we also have to take on board citizens. Juan Luis has addressed the rehabilitation of buildings in this country. This is also a leverage in the good direction. There are investments. We're going to generate employment opportunities. We're going to improve the life quality of many, many people that are going to live in better places, more adapted to climate change, and the emissions are going to be cut down. Emissions a lot of them come from housing. So how can we gather conditions, the procedures, or the leaderships, or the actions and the methodology to work in this other way? Although we acknowledge them as systems innovation or systemic innovation, it's not easy. Last aspect. I think we have a risk, a huge risk of distractions, because there are so many things, these are thriving, those initiatives are thriving with many objectives. They seek sustainability, and we can get lost. So we have to bend upon what we consider as a fast track. Although it is not perfect, as it was mentioned by Alicia, but there are many things that can be done. But we also we mustn't forget we have to change things, and to change we have to wash it through these changing levers. I will shut up and according to what you have mentioned about transformation leverage, I would like to address the citizens' awareness, because when I attend discussions, when we talk about digital, individual is the one who has to be aware of the digital impact. But the question is the following: should it be like that, or should it be in the hands of civil society, NGOs, governments, city councils? Lately, there have been US companies that have been promoting the multi-cloud. We are not going to have only one cloud. We will have many clouds for the municipal management to have data more present and more at hand. Of course, there are many criticisms. This is going to have a greater penetration in the cities, and this is going to entail different things. It is going to have an impact on software, hardware, on the cloud, as it was mentioned by Coral. My question is the following: what could we do about those who are not working in those fields for them to have a better knowledge? What are the mechanisms to foster or encourage that? Well, first of all, I would say that I've always thought that the responsibility is individual. We are the ones who are responsible. Collective responsibility is possible if there is a lot of individual responsibility. Collective responsibility, even though politicians we talk about it, it doesn't exist. I'm quite radical about that. Responsibility is individual, and I get wrong every day, of course. And from then onwards, administrations, we can generate a context and ecosystems where we ensure an education system, lifelong learning, and all those conditions entailing the fact that individuals acquire a certain number of knowledge, the critical spirit. Those things are necessary because citizens have to be have the tools. We have to give tools to citizens, but they cannot. They have to be responsible. If the measure does not come, we say, well, it is the guilt of the politicians. It is because of no. It's not that. Each one will have its own responsibilities. My responsibility is the one that which tries to change things, and I leave it there. I'm really fond about this issue. The great challenge of our administration is to generate tools with each one of the people we live with, because we have to be critical, because my opinion on the AI would be stupid, because if I do a thing about that, I have to learn, otherwise I cannot give my opinion. That's why we have to make sure that citizens should have the right tools to give their opinion. Of course, citizens have their own individual responsibility, and then afterwards we will have collective responsibility. If not, the mayor of Bilbao will be guilty of everything, and this is not the case. We see that every day, and it shouldn't be like that. Yes, I understand what you say, but I'm just talking about the digital sphere. For example, in the climate change sphere, we were not expert, or citizens were not expert. They did not. They were not aware about the impact of just throwing waste in the street. I think now citizens are more aware. They are always on apps, and they're not aware either on the impact that could have on the environment. For example, the use of smartphones. It is a common work, a common task, but we have also to give work to talk about that. Afterwards, we will have our decisions. Of course, I've seen the light. I was not aware about that, about our impact. I was going to say that, of course, I would like to say those who, before listening to me, knew about this impact. How can they be responsible? We cannot say someone is responsible if they're not. But now, if you put tweets with gifts and videos, I'm not going to agree. I will say, just remember what I said about consumption. The responsibility lies in the individual, but we have to train and inform the individual. Do we need investment? We have to provide tools to citizens. I will never say someone do not send Twitter, do not use Twitter, but I will tell him, do it knowing what you're doing. And then from then onwards, we are going to create this collective awareness. We also need a lot of publicity and campaigns. It's just like these campaigns for the road traffic, and it is the same with that. Well, the first thing we have to do is that information gets to the user. Of course, a great amount of transformations are a part of this great transformation of these SDGs have an impact on the material world, have an impact on how we move, where we live, but we mustn't forget that when being aware of all that, I'm going back to housing. For example, houses are not going to change, or we won't do that to get protected, better protected to the climate change, and if there are there is no participation of citizens' participation. Participation is not only a moral element we defend because we think it is good per se, but because it is we won't be able to meet the challenges with participation. In university, we are beginning to understand that applying the Agenda 2030 is to have something about objectives. The SDGs have to be felt. We have to live them. And I think we can do that because when we go to the cafeteria of the university and we eat, we could transform cafeteria in sustainable food. When we go to the campus, it would be the same. When all the objectives can be taken to our life sphere. So we have to break the ambition and the kind of actions we are developing. And we have the opportunity to do that. And the context is the best one. And I go back to the European Program of Research is giving us the right to do things in a different way, not...
Alicia. Alicia, I think, has had to go, unfortunately. It would have been interesting to hear from her. So we've got 5 minutes now for questions. For a Q&A, if anybody here in the room would like to raise their hand and ask any of our speakers a question, please introduce yourself, first of all. Hello. My name is Arantxa Aranguren. I really enjoyed your presentation, Coral. Have you quantified or measured a video call, for example? Do you have that data? Because this is a debate we have. Should we, I don't know, should we travel or should we hold our meetings by video conference? Well, for everything that I presented, it involves months and months of work. I mean, in every study in which we measure, it's really hard. We have tried to studying the video calls, but then, you know, the pandemic finished before we finished it. So we don't have the data now. But we are working on it. We're now actually studying Instagram. I'm going to be a media star as a result of what I've just said. We're trying to see or to measure the consumption of Instagram because, or video calls. I mean, there are different types of video calls. You can have all of you with a camera and some of you with a camera. There are so many different scenarios that change, and depending on how many people are in that video conference. And then the pandemic finished before we actually managed to finish measuring. And now we're really fully focused on Instagram. Anyone else? Does anyone else have a question? Yes? Hello, my name is Pello Gutierrez. I work in the performing arts, which might seem fairly incompatible with some of the things we're talking about here, but we are in a process of transition, an environmental and digital transition. I just wanted to share a concern that I have with all of you. There's something that we're seeing from our perspective, and that is, I coincide with what you've been saying, and I think it's true that we need to carry out a large-scale social transformation. Being where we are at the moment, we know a lot, but we can't do very much. And if we know it, then it seems that we just need to keep reacting or acting reactively. And we'd never seem to be able to understand or to have a sort of an idea or predict what's going to be important and how we should act. What often happens, especially if we look at symbolic production, artistic production, what is dominant are dystopias, closed scenarios. And I think we have to make a major effort to establish, at least, I don't know, to try to visualize how we're going to, what we're going to get from all of this process. Because it's going to be a hard process and it's going to involve a lot of effort. So what are we going to get out of it? We need to try to visualize that. Would anybody like to answer him? Yes, we have to think about what's desirable. Now, Cristina published an article in El País not long ago talking about we need to change the way in which we attract the public to this sort of issue. My personal opinion is that it may not be incompatible. We need to convey the seriousness of what's happening, and also we need to convey the desirability of building better ways of life, which can connect to a new type of awareness which exists there. This history of innovation. In the history of innovation, everything new tends to be born and to be created in the margins, at the sidelines, and then it just becomes normalized and it becomes legitimized in the center. In cities, we're seeing energy communities, urban agriculture. All of this started in niches that weren't visible, in which things happened. And now we need to create interconnection spaces between all of these niches. And let me tell you also that culture and art are going to play an absolutely fundamental role in all of these transitions. I don't want to go into too much detail because we could be here for a very long time. But in fact, the European Commission, through Climate Kick, after investing millions and millions of euros in trying to actually use technology to get us out of the way that we were heading, smart cities, etc. They've realized that if we want the transition to be fair and long-lasting, it needs to be based on social transformation. And I think that Europe has the responsibility at this moment in time to show the world that, in fact, we are capable of carrying out this transition in a democratic and fair way without renouncing technology, without renouncing new public policy and all the rest of it. But we need to make sure that everyone has a place. It's really difficult. Yes, it is really difficult. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. I think we're seeing that now. I agree with what you just said, Pello, and I'm happy to see you, by the way. We put people at the center of everything that we do. And the main focus is on ensuring people's well-being. whether it's through competitiveness, digital transition, environmental transition. The important thing is well-being. The chair asked a question earlier about priorities. I don't think we need to prioritize anything. We're not prioritizing anything over or anyone over anyone else. We're prioritizing well-being, people's well-being, and everything else, technology, energy. All of these things are instruments, instrumental factors to achieve people's well-being. So this is what we need to convey to people, this future that we really sometimes can't visualize ourselves. We're running the risk of technology being an end in itself, but technology isn't an end in itself. The aim isn't just to move from one energy system to another energy system. The ultimate aim is to ensure everybody's well-being. That's what's fundamental. Well, I think we need to finish here, and just two quick sentences to sum up. Thank you very much, Alicia, Carlos, Coral, and Xavier for participating. Thank you to the organizers. So I see just two things that I wanted to say. First of all, the important reflection that we've carried out about the recovery and resilience plans. We need to encourage people. We need to regulate, and we need to have a look at what the operational mechanisms are that are actually actionable. What is actionable? So that we don't remain in the world of concepts and theories. All of this really needs to manifest itself in real life. And then secondly, the fact that the green and digital transitions are going side by side, hand in hand, and we need to take into account what can be done and things that can be done, but not everyone will want to do it. So thanks very much. Thank you very much. Sit down. Sit down. Don't get up. It was absolutely fascinating and impressive, that debate. But there's one thing that you haven't talked about. It was very important. I'd actually say it's the most important thing. The councillor said that if there's no collaboration, or if citizens don't take a step forward, then we won't achieve the aims that we have established, which means that people need to be informed. They need to know what you're talking to them about. They need to know it. And the first thing we need to do is to just calm down a bit. Don't be so stressed, to make the information so accessible. You want people to come to you rather than you going out and preaching to the world. You need to be more accessible so that people can come to you. That is absolutely fundamental. And the tone is important of science, of politics, of everything. All of you, you just have to calm down your tone. You have to calm your tone. I think the most striking thing of this entire roundtable was your presentation and the PowerPoint presentation. Why? Because it was just really easy. It was really easy. 1 minute of Netflix is 12 kilometers by car, and that's it. That's fundamental. Dead easy. And so people actually feel that this is something that has to do with them, that they can do something about it. Right, that's it. Oh, it's all from me. Off you go. You can go now. Yeah, really good, eh? You got a 10 out of 10. Dismissed. Class dismissed.
Bueno, para finalizar ya vamos a contar de nuevo con la presencia de Carmen Artigas otra vez, claro, ya que estamos aquí, una secretaria de Estado, pues hay que aprovecharla. Bueno, pues como ya la he presentado antes, ahora lo que voy a hacer, para no repetirme, la voy a presentar como si fuera otra persona. Entonces voy a decir que es originaria de Francia, que es un país es estupendo. Francia es un país, si no lo conocéis, es estupendo, es un país todo exterior, con muchísima luz. Y bueno, ha dado al mundo pues cosas fantásticas, como por ejemplo pues, el foie, la Revolución Francesa, la enciclopedia. Francia comparado con otros países como por ejemplo Dinamarca. O sea, Dinamarca, ¿qué ha hecho por la humanidad? Las galletas de mantequilla. Si hay alguien que sabe de algo más que ha aportado Dinamarca al mundo, que levante la mano. Yo no tengo nada contra los daneses, ¿eh? Nada en absoluto. Bueno, que son un poco sosos, la verdad, pero bueno. La secretaria ha estado Carmen Artigas, por supuesto. También vamos a tener en la clausura a Juan María Burto. Él es alcalde de Bilbao, tampoco que no en Nueva York, vamos. No hemos podido decir que no viniera, porque claro, es el alcalde, y celebrándose aquel evento, pues no vas a decir, no, usted no venga. Pues hay que... Es del PNV, igual que Dios. Y entre sus aficiones está ser alcalde de Bilbao y comer, según nos han dicho. Le gustan muchísimo los animales, según nos han pasado en el currículum, especialmente la merluza a la bilbaína, el pulpo y el bonito en marmita.
Especially hake,
Y dicen que les reconocen que es una persona que
cooked Bilbao style, and he's someone who always looks to the future, and that's true. Because if you do that, then people can't see your stomach and how big your stomach has grown. So welcome, Mr. Mayor. We also have Nora Salasoa, who works at the BBK. She's head of OBRA social works at the BBK Bank. So we promise not to talk to her about the interest rate. Yeah, but I'll give you your mobile telephone later if you want to ask her about interest rate. She's an only child, so she's spoiled rotten. So please clap her really hard, because otherwise, she'll probably just have a tantrum otherwise. She's an only child. And then last but not least, we also have Daniel Innerarity. He's been here right from the very beginning. He's a philosopher, because as Rafael El Gallo once said, you've got to have everything. He works in governance, and he has a curriculum that is an arm's length wrong. He has a frenetic agenda, and he likes car racing, but he's only been to see car races once over the last 10 years. He's written loads and loads of books, and I'm sure he's copied some of them, because there's no way you can write that many books. He's from Bilbao. And so his basic philosophical slogan is, this is the way it is because that's just the way it is. He's from a family that is so rich that they have their own tennis court and they all play tennis. So without further ado, it's now for the closing. It's time for the institutional closing session. What order do you want people to speak in? I think they're talking, but we haven't got the microphone, so we can't hear what they're saying. Good morning, well, good afternoon by now, everyone. The fact that I'm going to take advantage of the fact that the mayor's here. I'm going to tell you a story. Nothing much really to do with what we're talking about here, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The first award that I ever received was the Miguel Amuno Prize, which was for a book. And then I got, a couple of months later, another prize in Madrid for the same book. And a journalist in Madrid said to me at the time, hey, it's great, because you're getting up. You got a prize by the Bilbao Town Council, and now you're getting a prize here in Madrid. Now, I was born in Bilbao, so I said, look, if they start by giving you a prize in Bilbao, from there it's all downhill. I don't think they understood what I was trying to say, but I was really happy with that answer. You understood, right? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for being here this morning. So today, we're here thanks to the generosity and hard work of many different people, the organizing committee, BBK, the City Council. But I would like to make special mention of Carmen Artigas, because she is the person behind the establishment of the chair. She was talking about the different chairs. The first chair is the chair that I represent, with a very interesting format. It has a headquarters here in the Basque Country, but then also we have partners in Florence. It was a bit weird, really. Those of you who've been here this morning, you've probably seen that she's like a machine gun of ideas and concepts. She's always like that. She talks really quickly, and so many different ideas, so many things going on in that head of hers. It's very contagious. It's wonderful. And in fact, we've caught her disease, and we've got a frenetic agenda as well. And we've been in Frankfurt, Estonia, Oxford, Seville, Madrid, Barcelona. Now, when I was asked to, whenever I'm asked to conclude an event, I always think of a quote by someone who says, "Don't come to me with conclusions, because the only conclusion is to die." So nothing has concluded here. Something has been born. It was there, it was germinating in our brains, in our heads, in our projects, thinking about digital transition, environmental transition together. But this is just the birth of something new. If you liked it, great. If you didn't like it, doesn't matter. We're going to continue working on it anyway. And we're going to move forward. It's not a conclusion. There is no conclusion. It's the beginning of something. And I want to talk about a fundamental idea. The world in which we live, the world of the future, is a trans world. Now, I'm sure you've all started thinking about transsexuality, and it will be a world in which there will be transsexuals, but I'm talking about trans in a more radical, from a more radical sense. We're coming from a world in which all the different government and administration tools thought they could just solve problems by dividing them into sections and categories, working on them separately. But it doesn't work anymore. Key questions for humanity and the exciting questions for humanity are questions in which there are many different stakeholders involved, many different logics involved, different levels, different aims, different goals. And this is what we've tried to show here with a very specific case, which are these two major challenges, the green transition and the digital transition, which is why Carlos said, and I agree, is that when we have to fix anything, you need to fix everything. Now, we have a challenge ahead of us. We have to change our mindset. We have to change our governance system, university system, in which we all kind of work in silos still, which is why we don't make as much headway as we should. And so with this reflection, I'll just finish here, because otherwise I would just sit here and talk forever and ever, and you'd never be able to get rid of me. So thank you very much indeed. Secretary of State for Digitalization and Artificial Intelligence, Mr. Mayor, authorities, friends. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here today in this BBK Cuna, where we've been talking about sustainable development. Climate change is one of the stiffest challenges humanity has ever faced. And now we have the UN Conference on Climate Change, which is being, we will finish today, and is being held in Egypt. This is an international encounter, which is being carried out within the framework of different reports, the IPCC report and other reports besides, which again shine a spotlight on the urgency of the negative effects of climate change. The commitments acquired by all countries in these summits are a far cry from those acquired in the Paris Agreement, where the countries agreed that we would do everything to ensure that the mean temperature rise in the planet did not exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade. We need stiffer commitments. We need to redouble our efforts. Climate change is happening here and now. It's a global challenge that requires global solutions, but also local solutions, which is why we're here, because we are aware that all of us play a key role in this fight for the planet. The transition to net zero emissions is more important than ever. It is absolutely necessary. It needs to be done without leaving anyone behind. It needs to be a fair transition, and we need to move towards sustainable development, and we need to agree and work together. And in this context, digitalization plays a key role, because it offers many different opportunities to reduce our negative footprint, to increase and improve our quality of life, to enhance our protection of human rights, and in short, to move forward towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Digitalization also plays a key role in the governance of different regions and countries at all different levels, and also in the governance of in companies. And we need to try to provide collective governance of these transformation processes towards a green and fair world with a low level of volatility. Our data, the data that we have, enable us to carry out management actions both publicly and privately in order to achieve sustainable development and to be accountable to citizens. It also enables us to ensure stability for our industry so that the transition is sustainable and green and long-term. The European Union has made a commitment to green transition based on sustainability, establishing resilience, sustainability, and synergies between them as the key pillars of this transition. But we've also seen recently that digitalization does involve risks, such as the abuse of new technologies, the risk of manipulation of information, dependence that all of this generates, and also the carbon footprint of these new technologies. Decarbonization is a revolution. It's a real revolution, and it's going to form a fundamental part of the change that is to come. And this transition, this transformation, in order to be fair, should also therefore go hand in hand with the green transition and the social transition as well. Over the last few days, you have tried very successfully, I believe, to connect up all of these different spheres, environmental, social, digital, talking from different perspectives. And this is very, very important, also including philosophy and ethics in the debate. Also analyzing the role of different stakeholders and awareness raising, and also analyzing areas such as artificial intelligence. Today, the conference draws to a close. We're here in this building where we've been seeing that the planet and the digital world are cross-cutting issues. They go through all of the 17 SDGs, all of the issues on our political agenda, and we need to manage all aspects of our agenda in a sustainable way as we proceed through these transitions. And we need best practices, business practices and public policy practices from ones which are based on a broad-scale consensus and all the knowledge that we've been able to share over the last few days to ensure good management in both the private and public spheres. The challenge ahead of us is enormous. I think we've seen this today, we saw it yesterday, but it also offers us opportunities, and we have the ability, we have the capacity to rise to this challenge. If we join forces and create alliances, then we will be able to make sure that this transition is more environmental and more social. At BBK, we are convinced that competitiveness should always be sustainable and that all companies should incorporate the social aspects, environmental aspects, and governance aspects in absolutely everything that we do and everything that we offer. We have our roadmap, and our roadmap is closely linked to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development with a clear commitment to making sure that no one is left behind. In our case, in Vizcaya, which is where we have the ambition of building cohesion and sustainability. And we want to accompany society on this transition, opening up different areas of thought and reflection. And I think this Green Digital Conference is a wonderful example of this, putting people center stage all the time. Thank you all very much. Thank you to all of you who have been with us over the past 2 days. Thank you to those who have participated and given us the benefit of your wisdom. It's been a pleasure to be here with all of you. And as Daniel said, this is not the end of anything. This is just the beginning. And we need to continue working on these transitions, so to make sure that the transitions are as fair as possible. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to take part in this closing ceremony. Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I would like to thank you for your leadership. And when we created the chair in artificial intelligence and philosophy, we thought, wow, there's going to be just, a load of philosophers who just sit around talking and never doing anything. And then Daniel turned up with all this incredible agenda full of different activities and things that he wanted to do. So it's wonderful. We're very happy to be working with you. And thank you also for this wonderful conference. Because in a world in which everything goes so quickly, having time to sit down and think about things that are so important, it's wonderful to have this opportunity. And I think the most important thing over the last few days has been the debates that we've held, the new questions that have been asked. And I don't know if we can actually draw any conclusions, but the conclusions that we do draw will become a working document. And this working document, we're going to be sending them to the digital ministers in the OECD as pre-work that they have to do before they go to the meeting in the Canary Islands. And one of the thematic areas that we have added, Spain has added, because we're governing the agenda a little bit, so we've been able to, decide the agenda a little bit. We've added the digital rights and green IT. This is what we've added to the agenda. And all the countries of the OECD will be talking about it during this meeting. Now, this is a program that will be launching from Spain, and we will be publishing all of this before the meeting, because Spain aims to lead this reflection, the reflection of the impact of technology on sustainability. So it's clear that technology is the key to achieving a circular economy, so that we use resources better, water, energy, etc. But we also need to start measuring the impact of technology on greenhouse gas emissions, energy consumption, and what we can't see don't exist. What we can't see doesn't exist, so we need to make sure that we can see things.
Therefore, we have to address this holistic vision of the impacts of the technology and digital. These are the two faces of the same coin. Two sides. We have to detect these impact. And the objective of Digital Spain is to reduce 10% of the CO2 emission, thanks to the economy of our country that is reached 22%, but we have to reach a 40%, and I'm sure that we will reach this cut down figure. We have to think about our limits. The most efficient machine in the world is a human brain. We need a lot of sugar per day, but we use the energy of a 12 volts battery, and it is able to process 10-fold neurons of all the systems that exist in the planet. So I think we can have a much more efficient machine with our brain. If we think about the equivalence of having uploading a video on Instagram, or to have a blog to the blockchain, to have a flight Madrid-London. So we have a lot way ahead to measure the impact of technology, but digitization is much more efficient than the traditional processes. So therefore, we have to focus on that. In Spain, we want to have an active role, that's to say, to be an example of how technology and AI enables us to get to new systems and to a new sustainable world. We are going to have the new bets we have in our country, the circular economy, and with the resources of 1 billion, so public-private, the smart car, the water life cycle, the sustainable mobility, and also the smart cities, smart islands, and different urban planning schemes, more inclusive and more in phase with our objectives. We need to have a change of paradigm, because the world vision we have is a world where we cannot consume so many raw materials as we are doing today, as energy, water. So therefore, I believe that synergy between digital and ecological transformation is a duty of this country, of our country, but also a duty for our next generation. We cannot do what we have done with the climate change because we haven't got time anymore. We are just at the limit. So we have a commitment towards the next generations, and I am concerned about this challenge of impact on ecology, but also the impact on ethics and human rights. So I urge you to work on that from the chair of AI and democracy in the Spanish government. We are committed with this green transition, and we want to devote 30% to the digital and 40% of the to the ecological transition. But we need to raise awareness. We need education. We need skills, but also we need political will. But we have it. So thank you to help us to think. Thank you to help us to find ways to reach this double transition and create a future that is not written, but I'm sure it's going to be more in the world of the utopia more than dystopia. Thank you. Secretary of State, Director of the BBK, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And he's saying a few words in Basque. He will resume probably in Spanish, and then we will take over.
Eskerrik asko alaber Governance Europako Gobernantza Institutuari. Eskerrik asko hain zuzen aurten ere topaketa hauek antolatzeagatik eta gure hiria Europako integrazioak aurre egiteko dituen erronketetarako irtenbideak bilatzera zuzendutako erakunde eta akademia eztabaidaren esparruan erreferentzia izatea lortzen laguntzeagatik. Estén tranquilos.
Keep calm. What's important has happened, because what I'm going to say is less important, for sure. But nevertheless, I would like to put forward a certain number of ideas and reflections. You might recall this phrase of Margaret Thatcher: "What is economy? Stupid. Don't say it is a digital transition or it is the ecological transition. Stupid." We have to put people at the center, and we have to understand that the rest is the adjective that is near to the name. So this edition has gathered many experts to talk about subject, people that are expert and they know much more than we know on important matters. And this occasion, Bilbao has been during 2 days a place for a global dialogue by all the country regions. We want to give an answer. Maybe the challenge is how are we going to give an answer, a world where we are heading to, but we have to do it in a good way if we want to live a better future, because the planet where we live is just alone. We have to give back and return to the next generations. Great speakers have been participating to these conferences, bringing about keys, major importance for digitization, to have it in line with the SDGs and the Agenda 2030. In Bilbao, we try to follow the example, but I would like also the Sustainable Development Goals and the agenda have to be a part of our actions. We want those things to be understood in the street. I would like to visit my mother this afternoon and say, well, dear mother, we have been talking about the SDGs. And she will say, well, it's great what you say, but I'm not sure about what we're talking about. But I would like to be able to tell her what we are talking about to all those who are in the streets of Bilbao and ignore what we're talking about. In Bilbao, we want to go towards a sustainable model, but the many obstacles encountered lately has made us rethink a lot of things. But we have also rethink our business model, social model, and urban model. We are now facing a challenge. We have to propose a growth which will be more human and more sustainable. We mustn't repeat, it is the economy, stupid. We have to think about the social cohesion, the resilience, the energy transition, social responsibility, and above all, collaboration, leading us to growth and where no one should be left behind. And when we say no one should be left behind, it is quite demanding, but we mustn't forget that. He starts again in Basque and then he will start again in Spanish, I presume. Thank you. Sorry. Where our challenges in line with the SDGs, where our actions are linked to one or several SDGs. Bilbao is an example in urban planning, but it's also an example as a city with shared values, with a certain number of values that come from our values charter. 17 values that are part of this chart: commitment, reliance, co-responsibility, creativity, diversity, inclusion, forward, honesty, identity and equality, social justice, participation, respect for human rights, health, solidarity, and environmental sustainability. If our actions would be enshrining all these values, I'm sure that the city would be better. Even in Bilbao, it is possible to improve. Well, technology has become one of the greatest promoter of organizations and societies, but beware, it has to be its limits. And one of the limits is no one should be left behind. The word transition is not a free word. We haven't been talking about digital or ecological revolution. We have been talking about transition. Transition means that we are changing, we are going forward. And we have to see it like that for all people to better adapt to those changes. A major pillar is technology to solve the great challenges we are facing, but also the futures we will have to face. In the Town Council of Bilbao, we have approved a model of digital transformation, a strategy of digital transformation, and we want this strategy to be innovative and leading us to many opportunities for the city and its dwellers. I would go back to this joke of this butcher when a customer goes of a bank or whatever. The butcher could say, well, anyway, if you want to have pig meat, pork, one, if it wants to be veal, type 2 or whatever. And technology has to help us, but mustn't create a lack of communication. Relation with the others is something important, but beware with the world we might build if we only think about the technological development. So transition or digital transformation has to be understood as the adoption of different technologies, digital technology in all the fields of the city, in everywhere, but in an ethical way. We want to use digitization as a leverage, as an engine for inclusion. And with all the actors of the city, we will have to be able to progress. My change of issue. We have Cerro as an ecosystem that wants to be innovative and sustainable. We have in Bilbao this special space, the island of Cerro as a reference, as an inspiration, but also as a source of opportunities. We want to have in Cerro a major engine improving the competition of the local companies. We want to have a sustainable ecosystem as a reference in the more advanced services for the industry 4.0. The Institute Orchestra presented yesterday the report on competitiveness report, and this report is entitled Competitiveness for Well-being. Well-being is a major part of our lives, and that's why in Bilbao we try to foster economic development and social cohesion. Many times I've been saying that they're the two sides of the same coins, and as it is, and it might be the same for as we do not know a coin with only one side. Thank you very much. He follows in Basque language. We have the commitment and also the need to translate our commitment to citizens to be altogether able to build this world based on a digital translation to improve the life of all of us. Thank you. So we'll say goodbye. So we will write a statement, Green Digital Bilbao, that will be published, our conclusions, and also 8 p.m. in the same building we will be meeting. It is called Beers and Politics, and we will be talking about green digital economy. And I have to thank the Town Council of Bilbao, Secretary of State, Governance, Daniel Inirariti. Thank you to BBK and to the technicians and all those who have been here during these 2 days. Thank you. Many thanks. I hope that you have enjoyed these conferences. Daniel, the Mayor, Nora, we have to take a picture. Please get on the stage. Thank you.